Guys know the deal. I'm gonna get water for these cats real quick, and then we'll get started. Yeah, I stayed up too late this time, but I'm like 5% functional, so it's fine. Maybe 4%. Three pops. So, there's some build sciencey stuff I wanna mess around with, but also today I was thinking of starting a melee playthrough. Um, I haven't decided quite like the rules and such, like how purist I'm going. Like, am I gonna allow myself to shoot the cubes in the cube boss because it's basically not combat? Um, or am I gonna really be a purist and force myself to reroll low sum until I get Huntress to get that? Am I gonna do it on Nightmare? Am I gonna do it on APOC? Um, I could avoid the reroll situation by just like using an existing character, or do I want a fresh start? I gotta decide all that. So I figured I'd play a little bit whilst deciding said things. And drinking coffee until I'm properly awake. But how's everyone doing? Loading screen, Prime Poo. Anyone else who might be lurking about? I might have stayed up until 4:30 playing Baldur's Gate this time. Well, it was 4, and then it took me half an hour to fall asleep. But yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Game's good. There's a lot of game there. So we got a small patch, which let me pull up the notes. Let me actually pull this up on the website. Continue to external site. Okay, there we go. So is this right? Yeah. All right. Since release, been working diligently to address as many issues as we can, as quickly as we can. However, this has meant there's been a delay between console and PC patch releases. Barring any major issues, we hope to have the console patches out early next week, which will bring all platforms into alignment. So, uh, consoles should be catching up next week. That's good. Um, Updates to reduce potential crashes. That's good. I got a couple crashes yesterday. Addressed an issue where the game would hang on Remnant 2 logo screen for some players when first starting the game. That happened to me often too. Fixed various issues causing memory leaks. I got those all the time. Add an option to turn off optimizations when in a menu. I guess that makes sense, but I'm not using that. This may fix error device removed. I got that error yesterday. Cool. Retroactively fix some achievements. Difficulty rewards. That's good. Fix issue where Revivalist is not unlocking. I keep forgetting that I want to get that. I haven't played co-op in long enough that it hasn't been relevant. Russian blocker there. You get stuck during the final boss transition with Havoc Form. They fixed that. More progression blocker stuff. Cool. Fix issues with Archon's Tempest ability not working with Big Bang. So I didn't even know that that wasn't triggering off Big Bang. Huge. Some pet AI fixes. Well, not making the dog good yet, but making it 1% less stupid. How you doing, Nunu? I'm excited as well. Chilled Steam wasn't working, so that fix is good. Smolder wasn't getting odd damage, or was it getting mod damage? This is weird because Smolder isn't a mod. Smolder is a melee weapon, which was actually one of the things I wanted to mess around with today. So that's very interesting. I guess we need to check to see if that gets any mod scaling. If so, that'd be cool. I was discussing some stuff with Ritor yesterday, and there's some interesting math around a couple things. Stam on Hunter Sphere wasn't benefiting from Reinvigorate. No, that's important if you're doing a Sphere build. Fixing the momentum bug, that's good. I've been told the bug was you were only getting half value, so momentum should feel noticeably better. Hemiplange was detrimentally bugged. Scavenger's Bauble was. Astral Burst not bouncing 3 times. Maybe it'll feel better to use now. I really want this mod to be good because on paper it looks like it would be good. It's just, it's very hard to use. And there's lots of mods that do more damage that aren't hard to use. Cool. Enemies. I only fought Gorge 1 time ever, so I don't really care about that. Fixed an issue with Abomination's AoE slam size collision not matching visual. Ooh, maybe that'll make that boss less annoying. Change the place to take normal damage instead of resisting damage. That's huge. Fix an issue with her retreating too often. Awesome. Now do that to Fei Lin and Fei Rin. Fix an issue with Huntress killing all summoners when using once. I think she did that to me once. Fix an issue where players get stunk under the arena in the second phase of the final boss fight. So yeah, there was apparently a cheese spot like underneath the map in phase 2 of Annihilation. If you like walked off the front, supposedly. So that's gone now. Fixed hitbox on Talratha's Spit. Okay. And then more getting stuck stuff. Cool. Alright. So I've got a couple things I want to mess around with. I want to look at some damage numbers with addressing reported concerns. Is Pog indeed, Mr. Sean. I want to look at some damage numbers on the target dummy with Singed Ring. On the Gun Go Burr setup. Want to mess around with Smolder a bit today. Maybe Big Bang. See if Tempest makes noticeable difference. Probably won't, but try Astral out. See if it feels better. Yeah, Rip Turret Trick. It's interesting that they considered that a priority for this small patch, stopping people from, you know, clipping through things, which was largely just used for speedrunning and farming resources. I failed to see how that's a priority, but that's my start streaming alarm. New patch? Yeah, JS. Briefly read the notes. It's a small one, but there's a couple fixes that could be interesting, and they had a pretty good performance section. So hopefully my game runs tolerably now. Thank you for the tier 1, JS. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thank you. Helps me out a lot. Still kind of hang on loading screens, but no, let me in. Yeah. That's a significant stall while opening my menu. Love to see that. Great start. So the first thing I want to do is I'm gonna unequip that. And we unequip that too. What Longa do I want to test this out on? I could just do the black one, honestly. Yeah, let's just... Black Maul will be fine for this. Want Hot Shot. I haven't had much time during the week to play. It's even my source of content. Hey, my pleasure. We get to dig in more this weekend. Yeah, I'm hopeful that you can find the time to do so as well. Loading screens ain't got nothing. True. How you doing, Priz? Priz, I got my charisma to 24. My warlock. As long as they don't stop him from flying, can't keep a good guard down like that. Very true. Alright, so 45. You need help? No, I don't. I have charisma. I guess I need to get my mod. An Eldritch Blast addiction. I got those gloves. Extra 1d8 on any spells that have an attack roll. So, with Eldritch Blast, with just one action, I can do 1d10 plus 1d8 plus 6 3 times, each one individually as the save against it for 4.5 meters of knockback. If you take knockback from me, you get 1d8 psychic damage, for instance. And also, if you fail a save against me, you get 2 turns of -1 charisma. Currently rewriting the presses, so I happen to have time to play again. Let's go. Bro built up a trustworthy warlock. Thus AF. Alright, so I need to see hot shot numbers. 268, 33 on the dot. And if we put on Singed Ring, 295, 36 on the dot. Okay. And this would be so sick if this had a search bar. Talisman of the Sun. To get my mod back. 100 damage turn with 1 action, 1 bonus action earlier, starting to hang this combat. Very nice. Had a boss fight I was not prepared for that took me a couple of reloads, but I eventually figured it out. It's one of those, hey, you could kill these ads, but if you do, then the main boss is just not gonna, you're not gonna have a good time. So basically I just had to, like, tank stuff. And then I had Karlach spend 6 superiority dice in one round. But it was worth it. Worth it. Alright. Now we do this. 328. 29. Okay, so what I'm testing here is, and part of this is known information to you, Chris. Hours on this character, the one I'm on right now, 195, something like that, according to the main menu. So your dot gets both of these. Fire dots get both of these. And for the ring, Singed Ring, this is a multiplier. Now, there seems to be one fire dot, according to Rotor's testing, that does not apply this effect, and that's from Firestorm. But every other fire dot he looked at caused the effect to trigger, and this is a 10% multiplier. It's not additive with other damage boosts. So this should mean that things like Overload and dots will dip this. which means it's massive. What's Karlach? 8 barb, 4 fighter. 3 barb, 9 fighter. Doing the heavier fighter split gets me more feats. Hey, Higgy Brit. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing great. How are you? So instead of corrosion, we'll go Nebula. That's what we'll do. We'll go Nebula. Harmonizer here. I could do Harmonizer, I could do Feedback. Oh, Harmonizer. I have Transference on. I don't know if that's as important as... Let's see, where is it? Where's the thing? I guess it is Transference. Firearm reserves full. Melee strikes generate additional mod power. Yeah, no, never mind. Brand new worky. So I could Black Maw here, but I do want to try other things. Typewriter we know works. I guess this would be the time to Pulse Rifle. Do I have resources for the Pulse Rifle? Let's find out. Never have it off galvanized iron, man. I just barely made it. Wow, really? I'm short,
You know where to find me.
23 scrap. Max that out.
You're back. What do...
Excuse me. Allergies kicked my butt today. Luckily I can sell all my relic dust now.
How goes it?
I have all my fragments at Mythic.
You know where to find me.
Okay, so we're gonna try out Pulse Rifle. With Hot Shot. Twisting Wounds. Talisman of the Sun, Singed Ring. I have Provisioner Ring. I don't know if I need Provisioner Ring. Because, like, if I go with, Field Duration one, I like that more. What's the name of that? I also have Burden of the Destroyer now, which that should double dip as well. Reduces my effective range. I don't know if I need to care about that. For now, though, we'll roll with Stone of Continuance. Skill duration, skill cooldown, range crit chance. Elemental damage might be more favorable there, but we'll see. Where's my Nebula go? Is it not equipped? There we go. And traits, is this appropriate? Yeah, it should be fine. What am I doing on concoctions? I have enough for another adventure.
Well...
Ask, where's your inventory?
Take care of yourself, you hear me?
It's pretty barren even for you. Okay, world setting, rural adventure. Oh, let's start with Yeisha, I guess. I do so much Losam that I do try to force myself to mix it up. Haven't done a Corruptor Geisha in a while. I'll do that. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fire build sort of testing today without Firestorm. There's a lot of formula to be had in this department. Wag, fine, yeah. It's a tough choice in the amulet slot because Amulet of the Sun is just extra raw damage, but detonation trigger is explosive damage and then application of a fire dot. So that could maybe be more valuable depending on weapon choice. I'm not using explosive weapons right now, so. It's still running as it usually does right now. Remnant 2 things. Hopefully the game will wake up a little bit. First combat's always choppy. I was also thinking about logistics of new character starts now that I've all the account unlocks. And I'm thinking doing a Yeisha adventure. So like starting a Losam adventure to get Jester's Bell, and then doing a Yeisha adventure to get the Thayan tree. And that's before you even like worry about anything else. Because you only have to do one boss to get to the box and the key for the Thayan. You don't have to fight anything in the map that has the box at all, actually. Just like two Doritos and that's it. You grab a simulacrum while you're there. And if the boss you had to fight was Kayla's Shadow, then you get a good ring out of the deal. Really good early game ring. Alright, come on. You don't need to be dropping to 20 FPS. Come on. I believe in you. And then all the chests you get along the way in that route would let you grab early World's Edge, Black Hat Band, second archetype. How you doing, J-Bridge? Oh hey, Blood Moon. Need some money. Game will start running okay at some point, right? Maybe like 0 stagger. Yeah. Like, using Nebula or Hellfire after using Enigma is just... It's like waking up from a good dream. Around bad sleep percent. I feel that. And it's self-inflicted. But I feel that. Hope this
Holy
stabilizes
hell.
soon. My connection's bad today too. That's awesome. Another day in the life. Why am I even going for these wisps? I don't need them. They're just a shiny thing I can shoot. Already liking Pulse Rifle a lot, though, by the way. The next out of town's not picking up for me this weekend. You have enough to tide you over, or gonna have to space it out? Talking about baking goods, of course. Little stat wave times like this. Smart. So one of my problems with the Savior, after having messed with a lot of long guns and the Savior now, is, like, what's the use case for using it over this? There just kind of isn't one. Goes back to if the ricochet on the mod was crit as well as weak spot. Currently it's just weak spot. I think that would help a lot.
Music? That can't be.
To me, friend Patsutek. I am here.
Because that would mean you could build to make it more consistent while keeping it still requiring some degree of investment and presence of mind. It's a multi-target mechanic. It's not like if you get a chain of them, you can one-shot a single boss. Like, no. It's a multi-target thing. Stronger early game, less gunslinger trade dependent, I guess. Is it stronger early game, though? You don't have mod gen in any significant capacity early game. So mods you're less pressured to need to use for your damage can be slotted into the pulse rifle.
What the hell happened here?
Pulse rifle also being significantly easier to use is a pretty big deal. I guess pulse rifle is difficult to get. Like, so is Savior. But I guess once you have Savior, you just have it on all your characters. With pulse rifle, unless you start Engineer, it's kind of a pain in the ass to get. Nebula range moment. Nebula hitbox moment. So yeah, getting this dungeon like this early on a new character pretty hard, because you can just get the ring. I guess that forces you into the boss fight, but it's not one of the harder ones, and you don't even need to win. Like, as long as you're not on a hardcore character, say it kills you, you just leave. And I suppose you would have to reset Yeisha, but... And the whole reason we were talking about Yeisha is getting the Thayan fruit. So I guess you'd complete it. Other stuff would be nice to have. Cathedral would be nice. Non-combat. Getting a few useful things. I'm kind of trying to get in the mindset of, you guys know when a fresh Souls game challenge run happens and the runner spends like 2 hours just running around grabbing the easiest items that are most relevant to the run, i.e. Elden Ring, riding around on Torrent for 2 hours grabbing all the smithing stones and physic thingies. Wondering why Amulet of the Sun Hotshot and not the Acid counterpart, because Nebula would also benefit from the Amulet. Because Nebula is point blank range. Nebula is only here for me to apply Corrosion for the debuff. And because the mod will be active while I'm using my other gun. I'm basically just using the pulse rifle. Hey Swarovski, how are you? Can't really fight that when my frames do that. actually rotted. Amazing. That was a hell of a start for that. Game is not interested in playing fair. I admire that. Alright, chillin', hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I can't complain too much. Little sleepy, but it's my own doing. I've replaced sleep with Baldur's Gate. I have no regret.
Ooh, I could use that.
Oh, wait for my black cat. No, no, I don't. If I die because I didn't have it, then I deserve to. This isn't my part. Yeah, no. Deserved that. I popped my mod at the worst possible time. One of the few things that just hard animation locks you in this game is activating rounds. Stops you from rolling. And I am just not good at timing that. My own fault. We'll stop burning. I have my rounds on. What? Weird. Never seen you double stab like that. Okay. Today I learned. We're like an Outriders player every day. I just feel bad that Hotshot's still my go-to weapon mod like 50% of the time. It's just such a good one, floating. I'm testing out some damage formula wonkiness, which is why I'm using it at the moment. I could be making better use of it, but it's a learning moment. I feel like status duration ring and then swap out Nebula for like something with corrosive rounds, but then I'd be running 2 rounds at once, and that's... I just want a way of applying corrosion without needing to use my amulet slot for that. I guess there's Gas Giant, but lol. I could do corrosive rounds and just run Smolder. So that's gonna require me bonking things regularly. Smolder's not upgraded. been noticing loading into the game is worse after the patch. Is just me. I was hoping performance would be better because of the patch. It has not been noticeably better. So, also, what is happening with my FPS? Did it? No. So, I have 60 capped FPS right here, but Steam's FPS counter says I'm fluctuating between 60 and 90. Okay. No cap. For real, for real. Hashtag busted. One of the kids yet. Not having any multi-target gun is requiring more effort than I used to. Like in World's Edge. Damage pretty good. Vicious made that more awkward than it had to be, but promising damage, considering I wasn't really weak spotting there. Not bad. Hey, Frame Rate trying to make a 69 joke. Maybe, Tom. How you doing? I wish there were custom FPS cap options because I know the game won't run 62 on my laptop. I wonder if it'd do 40 or 45. Right now I have it on 30, which is playable, but not much more than that. Yeah, the thing with this game, with how it runs for me, Darth, is I could cap to 30 and be only somewhat annoyed because a lot of encounters I do end up just forced to hang out around 30 anyway, like mid-30s. But I get you. Something like a 45 cap would actually work out quite nicely. I agree. Yeah, NVIDIA control panel might allow you to do that. There's a few configurations of this tech that I'm trying out. Another thing I do want to try is predictably wedging Enigma into this, because Overload has a weird formula and double dips things. So if I say light something on fire, I don't even actually need a fire gun. I could use a firebomb. Then Sintering would actually do a lot for that. I would probably want Corrosive for the debuff if at all reasonable. It's only 10%, but 10% for everything is valuable. Fucking verbs.
Come on.
This is something I'd like, because this just helps keep amulet slot competitive. Math-wise, the elemental amulets are really, really good formula-wise. It's just they don't add mechanics. And as such, that means they're sometimes still hard to justify. They just give you big numbers. Leave me alone. Let's be an archer. Another fucking bird. Let's see. No way you ever messed up someone with video control panels that really including me. Here's the thing. That might be true, but it's still valid to be hesitant to mess around in an app you know very little about. I remember once as a kid, I accidentally did some serious like registry damage on a laptop I used. I had to end up reinstalling Windows. I don't know how I managed it to this day. Just messing around with something innocuous. I send it to 40 now. Have to uncap frame rate in game settings, so it won't keep capped to 30. I think you'd have to go to 60 cap, yeah, or uncapped. Mr. Madness, how you doing? Good to see you. Pupsy, how are you? I almost want to do Gunslinger Archon for this. Like drop Challenger. I think I'm gonna, actually. To reevaluate some of the gear I'm wearing, but... I had no torso for a minute there. His body gone. Well, thanks. How you doing? Tired, but it's my own fault, so I can't complain. We need a torso for Jigglet. You don't get the same effect if you have no torso. Then it's just the hands and the head, which admittedly would still look pretty cool. So, I guess you don't need a torso. Yeah, this run we're trying to get resources to upgrade Smolder. Then I want to test to see... There's a weird patch note suggesting the Smolder might scale with mod damage. I gotta look into that. Because if so, Archon Melee is back on the menu. You wake late playing Baldur's Gate only until 4 AM. Well, it's okay then. Yeah, just light work. Hey, Soccer, how you doing? Get cake from being part of Reddit. I wish I had cake. I try to eat more so that I can have cake, but it doesn't work. See, they tell you that eating cake is how you get cake, but that's not true at all. Instead, you just get a stomachache, and then you get tired. More Reddit kick, they don't give me anything for r/sad cringe. That's a painful one to look at. Like, I experience intense secondhand embarrassment. So whenever someone else is in an embarrassing situation, it physically hurts me to watch. The scrolling that subreddit is kind of torturous for me. is. That's up then. Imagine if the roly-polies were 25% smaller. Imagine if their hitbox was the size of their attacks rather than the size of exactly 3/16 of the entire continent of Europe. The banned cake is fucking awesome. Why did they ban the cake? Was it too strong? Did they ban it? Too tasty? Understandable. Is this a bad time to bring up that I think pie is better than cake? You gonna start this flame war? Kinda pie? Yes. All of it. Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Good way of putting it. Holy shit, I shouldn't have looked. I told you. I told you. It's hard to look at.
Whoa, that's it.
You're valid. I like cake for a few bites, but pie has a tasty, juicy filling. Exactly. Like a couple bites of cake, and I'm satisfied because it's just like too much for me. But pie, I could eat pie for a while. For a goal in hand, you can go for an item. Look to finish up another playthrough. I'm gonna start another playthrough today. Just currently I'm doing two things. One, I'm testing out a couple concepts. Two, dying. And three, I'm warming up a little bit. Because the playthrough is gonna be melee. I figured I'd also give time for some people to show up. So I can have you make decisions for me, because I don't make decisions. I don't know whether I want to do fresh character, whether I want to do a reroll of this character. I don't know if I want to do Nightmare or APOC. Like, do I allow myself to use a gun on Labyrinth boss? Because that'll give me more freedom of not having to do very specific side dungeons. I have questions. Your character makes when he dies cracks me up. It's just so much more dramatic than my character. Some of the voices are very different. In From the Ashes, Pupty, one of the voices, one of the feminine ones, is just so ridiculously energetic, but like in a really bloodlusty way. Playing co-op with Lazy and Priz. Lazy was had that voice on a melee character. So she would just start cackling non-stop, while he's just bashing things in with a like a 3-meter long fucking hammer. Very entertaining. But scary, intimidating. Constantly going crazy playing with Gage, essentially. Yeah. Full Gear APOC sounds the most interesting. Allows for full theory crafting. The thing with doing Full Gear APOC is I'm most likely to get shut down by boss modifiers at power level 20 APOC.
Oh, great, more bad news.
Like at lower power levels, I can sort of force my way through by having the good gear early on. Like I can start World's Edge in either case, so that's always on the table. World's Edge and Smolder are going to be available the whole time. But I'm a man of the people. I'll do what the people desire. Frames? Frames? Frames. Frames? Oh, my FPS counter showed 0 for a second there. You ever see a 0? Is it boss modifiers no melee can handle, or specifically your clan? Kind of both.
Alright.
Like, for example, getting, let's say, empathy regenerator on something like Corruptor or Annihilation. Like, because of the nature of those fights, you don't have a huge window to do melee damage. That would just take a really long time to do, and it doesn't sound fun. Keep a paper towel on my desk in case I have sudden, nasal drip from allergies or whatever. But I have my fan on extra high right now, so it's just kind of blowing all over the place. And blowing all over the place is my job, damn it. Alright, what were we talking about? I was going somewhere with that. I just couldn't resist the joke.
Oh, that was rough.
The system of numbering I use does not have 0. I'm intrigued. Boss modifiers, right. Yeah, there's just some bosses that could have modifiers that make them absolutely painful. Like, Hardy, Phelan, Faerin. Or the amount of time you actually have to damage them in third phase. Like, doesn't sound fun. did not pop my hot shot at a wise moment. Didn't get good value out of that activation. I don't know, Reality Rune slows them down on their approach. Really? Wanna get this game? Not sure yet. Do you recommend it? Absolutely. Big fan of this game. I've been playing it every day since it came out. It's one of those games that values your time, you know? There's definitely grindy aspects of it, but there's always stuff to do, and very satisfying. Lots of content? Yes, depending on what kind of player you are. So, like, the way the longevity of the content works is, each of the worlds has more versions of itself than you can see in one run. So it's designed for you to replay, and then the world you're on could be, like, entirely different. So even in 2 playthroughs. So theoretically, in 2 playthroughs, you could see 90% of the content, but because of how the RNG works, you won't. It encourages multiple playthroughs, which is great. This game of the year? Yeah, for me, I agree. Good way to think of this game is, it's Elden Ring with guns. And there's, guns and some randomization. And what dungeons you'll have, what bosses you'll have, what loot you'll find. Not to the degree of, say, a looter shooter or anything, but some. And we got a DLC season ahead of us. 3 confirmed DLCs. So, pretty solid. I'm excited for the future of the game. I get it? Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Always happy to recommend something I've been enjoying to this degree. 2023 releases have been, let's say, rocky. And, I'm happy to see Remnant 2 kind of breaking the mold. We got Cathedral. That's nice. Let's go back to the ward. I want to try to upgrade Smolder. I want to test before I forget. A couple things I want to test. Ton of secrets, yeah. More so than BG3. BG3 is up there, for Game of the Year contender for me. BG3 is like this transcendent thing, though. It's just kind of... How do I explain this? Remnant 2, I wanted greatness. BG3, I knew it would happen already. And for a lot of people, the latter category is kind of what they put in their Game of the Year slot. Like, people were labeling God of War Ragnarok and Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom Game of the Year before they even got eyes on a single second of gameplay, right? And games that are hyped like that also happening to be good, those usually pick up Game of the Year wins. So I guess part of it is me rooting for the underdog with Remnant 2. The previous game was pretty underground, released in a crowded section of 2019, and then didn't get a super large community for years. But then the reception to Remnant 2 has been just widespread and mainstream success. I really want Remnant 2 to take the W for that. Like, remaining true to the spirit of the previous game while also making it like AAA size and reach just really speaks volumes to me. We discussed this a little bit yesterday, but the nature of game awards is the more accolades that get hung around a game's neck, the more likely that developer is able to go on and do bigger and better projects. For example, Larian got to do Baldur's Gate 3, which is quickly becoming one of the most well-received games ever made, because Divinity Original Sin 2 was well-received. So they got to do an officially licensed Dungeons & Dragons game, and it popped off. So imagine if the devs behind this game get AAA level attention for all their projects going forward. That would be cool. From the Ashes spread through word of mouth as a good game, and in the end a lot of people played it. Just not at once. All of us were waiting for 2. Yeah. I was gonna upgrade Smolder.
Anything you need?
Need more galvanized iron. Cass, do you have any? Do I have to actually complete a world boss for you to stock some? I feel like that's the condition.
Hey!
You have a little bit. Not enough, though. But a little bit. I'll take it. You're trying. I respect that.
Come back if you need it.
Rare Cast W.
Ah. You know where to find me.
You again. Come on. What
I discovered the engineer last night. Time for some turret shenanigans. Let's go. I have an extra one of these. I guess I can just sell that, huh? I mean, I'll hold it just in case, but like, I crafted.
Bye.
And
How go?
smolder fully upgraded. That's good. Big deal.
You know where to find me.
Working on upgrading so many things. Okay, so the question here is... if mod damage... Oops. Hold it. It's not weird patch, no. 223 is a weak spot. Need not hit the weak spot. Let me not get a crit. 166. 223. 182. 255. Okay. If I just put on Archon, Archon just has mod damage. Six, 3, 4, 84. Maybe it was benefiting from mod damage, but wasn't supposed to. Let's just reconfirm that. 401 is a burning target. 84 dot. Confirmed. Let me set up the kind of thing I was thinking about. Melee here. I wanted to try Hunter Alchemist. Again, Hunter Smart, because Hunter Smart just gives you 15 melee damage. Like, why? You get weak spot here too. I was wondering about Deceit. We'll see. Like, if you went this, and then in traits, take the typical Fortify, Regrowth, Triage, Vigor. Then instead of, Arc Skin, if I want Arcane Strike, Spirit, that leaves me 5 points left. The smart money's on Glutton, but if instead of Glutton I want Swiftness, go 4 there, because the next one isn't a breakpoint. What'll last point go into? I think what's valuable here for 1 point. Not much. Flashcaster is probably pretty high value. We want to doubt Glutton. Having this on melee damage, but also much better crit rate. Having Frenzy Dust, more attack speed. On weak spot crit. I don't have a mutator on this right now. was thinking about doing Misfortune. So we get the slow, and we get the extra damage per status. Now, Talisman of the Sun seems really attractive damage-wise here, but Amulet slot is so competitive. I think we would go Bisected over Continuance. Like if I go Destroyer, Singed, Black Cat instead of that. Stamina is something I need to worry about, but... And for guns, what would I do for guns? Unironically, Repulsor could be useful for banishing high threat stuff temporarily, and then repositioning. But I feel like Royal Hunting Bow is just going to be useful in the most situations. Stasis Beam is pretty silly for melee. Just time lapse, I suppose. Okay. Oh yeah, Astral Burst. I meant to test. First, how's that? Not the best. Okay, I dropped frame so I couldn't quite see what the projectiles did. Save that for test. Won't get too complicated. We'll do Song there. Feedback makes a lot of sense. Harmonizer makes a lot of sense. Time Wave Song is a bit of a waste. Let's go Harmonizer. Then in this slot, SMG was what I was going to upgrade next, right? I remember now. I want to work with Service Pistol too. There's so many sidearms in this game. Imagine remembering that there's things other than Enigma, Nebula, and Starshot. Time Wave. Healing shots. Challenger Alchemist is better. The Prime Alchemist, either way. Extra concoctions. I like the idea. Hunter. The wall hacks, you know? Maybe switch to Challenger for boss fights. Should go more swiftness, but we'll see what happens. Destroyer is just damage. Singe Ring is just going to be damage against targets that I've hit with a heavy attack. I would change my heart out, I think. The Lifeless Heart spam to sustain Hunter's Mark seems like a good idea. Strain Heart for Bulwark. Decayed Heart would be good if I expect to take damage often. Reprocess just isn't as good as Ruined. College Chart's okay. The use speed bonus is attractive. Shielded Heart is strong, as we know. Resonating is too useful. The melee attack speed, the consumable duration. We're gonna do alchemist stuff. I wonder how stagger damage works out here. Be science. So I could do Gambler instead of Sinstring, but that would... I don't think I need that. Having the crit chance from Hunter's Mark could help me out quite substantially. Let's just get the consumables up. We got for HP. I need to buy another one of those. Our armor. Move speed. Sam one. Thought about doing gen for roll distance. We'll see how this works out. Do I have any rocket fuel? I don't. Confidence boosters though, which I'm gonna need. Let's see what I can do with this. I was in Ayesha, but I'll run. If Smolder works out well, then I'll use that in the playthrough we're talking about. If not, it's gonna be the World's Edge show as per usual. The thing with melee builds in this game is there's eventually going to be a boss that just isn't fun to try to melee. The fact that Nightweaver is the more melee-friendly boss out of the options on Losum is kind of funny. For Yesha, I guess I could just thirst the Ravager Doe option. But I guess any flavor of Ravager is more melee friendly. Because damaging Corruptor with World's Edge sounds like hell. Because I'd have to hang out at the front of the platform while dealing with the Guardian. The reason I didn't unlock Repulsor when I beat APOC, unlocks have been buggy, baby Jesus. Try using your World Stone in the ward again, like without traveling anywhere, and then checking Brabus again. See what happens. In like 3 separate patches now, they've put notes saying they've fixed this issue, but a lot of people have been reporting it. So, could be that. Nice.
one. Actually, Singe Ring is mult. I don't want to give that up. Guess I don't necessarily need. Matriarch's Insignia would let me spam charged attack. Try that, and then instead of Destroyer, I'm gonna try the Blood Jewel. Because that's an extra stack of Misfortune. And Healing Dampening. Game crashing every time to go to the keeper. Any fix? Ooh. First I'm hearing of it, so I wouldn't know of a fix. But I ring to regen stam while using melee. That one, I find it's not as good as it sounds. I suppose if you want to keep your amulet slot free, that's an option. But like, I would just use Bisected Ring at that point, personally. Higher incoming damage, but you can mitigate that by just doing a tankier setup elsewhere. And having infinite stamina is very good. Stagger wasn't nice. Also the option of going Explorer over Hunter. Just thinking about that too. What happened? Oh. Oh, I don't have life steal. Kind of important for sustain. Let me thin out these ads first. Yeah, the Misfortune chain slowing is good against elites, at least. Yo, what is this performance? I don't know if Blood Jewel's worth it, though. I don't think it is. Hunter's the most swappable part of what I'm doing currently. I could easily go for Challenger, or Invader, or Explorer. Even Archon, really. Maybe I change trait points out. Like, I really want to use Arcane Strike, but I don't think it's valuable. In all honesty. So like, if I respec this, growth, fortify, triage, max siphoner. So that leaves me. This is one of those setups where fitness would be good, because I have bright steel, so I can just like roll a distance. Big vigor. I don't want to go swiftness all the way. Your rest spark skin. See how that goes. I have to switch to World's Edge later, but pretty dodge with 75 weight. Bright Steel Ring. This one here is the wearer the fastest evade roll regardless for their armor encumbrance. So I could go all the way to belly flop here, but I like staying in heavy so I don't get the worst stamina bracket. For this area, I like wearing the crown. So how do I get that? I think it's complete a certain number of either adventures or bosses, if I'm remembering correctly. Reggie sells it once you've fulfilled the parameters. It just gets added to his inventory quietly. Bro, you're welcome.
What happened here?
Getting a break from gaming because the carpal tunnel, need to save my hands for work. Understandable. A BoJack Horseman getting debated. Know nothing about Unstarted. Like episode 6, no spoilers. I'm not very far into that show either. I watched like the first season when it came out. It's hard to watch. It's just fucking depressing. It's just hard to continue to consume. Can't burn these guys. Smolder sucks in this map. I don't know why it's bothering me more today, but this stutter is actually enraging me. I'm shorter tempered today. Perma slowing things is definitely a way you can get some value out of less hard hitting melee weapons like this. After the first episode, I was thinking I was gonna get annoyed because like everyone's a piece of shit, but it's like really good. Yeah, everyone's a piece of shit, but in a compelling way. I could just switch to Assassin's Dagger for this map, I suppose. Still gotta work on Ornate Blade, I always forget about that. I'm gonna need to World's Edge for Gwendol anyway, so may as well start doing it now. They have relatable insecurities and vulnerabilities. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. can see it's gonna get dark. Oh yeah.
Get them!
It's sometimes there's content that's good that you can't watch. If that makes sense. Like, there's some things that I've consumed that are very powerful that I'm not gonna seek out and watch again. It's one time, and that was enough. I feel like BoJack goes in that category. So if anyone's curious what the gameplay will look like for bosses I can't melee in that playthrough, it's that. World's Edge to hit one singular target, get the stam back for Matriarch's Insignia. World's Edge again. Gameplay.
Stop them! Stop them!
The craziest thing is gonna be like Annihilation with World's Edge. Probably unironically just go Xania's Malice and become a god and just weak spot the shit out of it. The ideal DR and armor for APOC noob, as I'd call myself. There's no real ideal for, like, on a blanket level bad guy. There's multiple answers to that question. I personally like running around tanky enough to take like a hit, maybe two, and recover. Some people like going full tank so that they just heal their way through all their problems, and some people like going no tank and going all in on damage and just simply not getting it in the first place. It's going to depend on how you like to play. Don, thank you for the 34 months.
Get them!
Bro. Leave me alone.
How do you suppose to take?
There's no lead somewhere. Oh, it's in a wall. How does that even happen? This tank, listen. I'm on minimum possible settings. It still just runs like shit. Let's try FSR. No shot, that's better. Like Naruto be horrible with melee. Naruto is the World's Edge show. It's you simply World's Edge or you do not get anything done.
Stop
part of why so many people rush to APOC. They have the ability to do melee significantly less painfully. Elemental resist. Good to be home. Check our stamina. Just stagger locking things, you know, be like that sometimes. I have Skullcracker. Your current ring setup, you could potentially use Blood Jewel to get a bit more boss damage. I could. Just took it off a few minutes ago. Just testing stuff out, but yeah, Blood Jewel. Blood Jewel would be nice. I was doing Blood Jewel with Misfortune on Smolder. It's just, obviously I can't Smolder most of the enemies in this map effectively, or Gwendol. So we're momentarily Team World's Edge. How you doing, Hypo?
Yeah, how's that, huh? Oh, you ain't so tough. Yeah,
We're doing
you ain't
Smolder,
so bad, baby.
Blood Jewel, Singe Ring. Destroyer would be more consistent, but Singed Ring being a mult is interesting. Maybe I do Destroyer so I can just light attack. See how that goes. I need Time Wave over here. So we go feedback. A little more in the tank department, I think. A little more. Try swapping out this hunter. Explorer is interesting. Global crit, global damage, free swiftness. But Invader. Melee damage, melee crit chance. Aggro stuff. Invader. You have to be on APOC to upgrade Relic Fragments to Mythic. That I don't know the answer to. I had personally never gotten any before APOC, but I also didn't have my my archetype level, my collective archetype level, the total. It wasn't very high when I started playing APOC either, so I don't think I'm a good source on that. Yes, you need APOC and level 21. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I saw none before I started playing APOC, so. Other thing I was thinking about was Provisioners and Deceit. Like, Provisioner's Ring refills as long as the gun's not in your hand. Having your melee weapon, or no weapon in your hand, counts as it not being in your hand. And since you melee to activate Deceit's effect anyway, it's like maybe that could be some sauce. But the thing about Provisioner's Ring is the refill is the speed of it is based on your mag size. Deceit having small mag means it won't fill very fast. And running Deceit means I have one fewer mod slot, so I'd probably be giving up Balloon Shot. Back here.
This isn't looking good. We will end them.
Yeah, just go to Dwell with APOC on, get Mythics if you're max power. Makes sense. Like, World's Edge would have staggered the shit out of her. I have the stagger fragment on in the hopes of mitigating that, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. So I won't bother. Mental damage makes the most sense then.
Look alive, intruder! Together, Dran!
It's changed.
But then knock me down. What do you mean?
Talk yourself awake. Here they come.
No.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Love how well this game runs. Hey, Big Bog, how are you?
Still bleeding. Not good.
That Titan is armed!
Good.
Your medication!
Reckon that 3 circular saws next to each other like that serves any practical purpose. More unsafe for the user. And my dude has a as a danger kink. That's the only one I can think of. Okay, honking. What if I went here? Here. Because adding the corrosive dot is more damage, but also a debuff, and also a misfortune stack. The white line top left. Oh, yep, I have that. What is that? I get 200 on that head. That was good. Bug, I suppose. I don't need to grab all the statues and stuff. It's just a little bit of relic dust, which is just scrap for me now, and then scrap. So every Nightweaver blow sum I get, at least I'm always getting the corrupted luminite from Chainsaw Dude. Still have a lot of mutators I need to max out. It's mutators, and then most of the sidearms, a few of the long guns. I have all the archetypes maxed, I have all the relic fragments maxed.
I don't like the looks of this.
I have almost all items. There's still a couple co-op only items I need. Still need the revivalist trait. I do still need to, at some point, do a campaign reroll on this character to get Tormented Heart again. So I would need Shahala, Naruj, and Nightweaver Losam. Don't particularly want to do Shahala on the melee run. But I suppose I could World's Edge. No, I wouldn't be able to do alt Shahala because I need the override pin elsewhere. Just missing stamina cost reduction. Yeah, my last one was shield effectiveness, and that took a while. Probably spent close to 10k relic dust rolling for it. Yeah, I think at that point, just run around with Explorer on and hope. But yeah. Yeah. Relic fragments and Cass's inventory and blood moons. Those are the three musketeers of bad farms.
Don't let them escape!
Outsiders! Kill the outsiders!
I care. No, I don't need to waste time doing that. 5 hours on my clock forward watching the stream yesterday and got the last times I needed from her. She just doesn't reset for me. It's so weird. And like I joined CZ's game and she had like 6 items that I hadn't seen. Hey Rolo, how you doing? How's my day been? It's been good. It's been good. How's yours?
I got you in my sights.
Been good? Glad to hear.
Friends.
Got the crown finally. Let's go.
Hail the stranger! Gonna put a bullet in you.
Hey Cable, how you doing? Welcome in.
Holy hell.
New patch today? Yeah, there was one yesterday afternoon, evening. It was a small one. But a couple notable progression blocker fixes. They've said again that they've retroactively fixed some achievements and difficulty unlocks, so that's good. That's something people have been consistently having trouble with. Couple AI fixes on companions. Mostly minor stuff, but good to see them touching things up. Couple questionable things. Nothing's perfect. On all platforms? PC. Consoles are still behind. Though they did put a note at the top of these changes saying that their goal is to have console all caught up early next week.
Can't escape my aim.
Big Abomination changes. Yeah. That's probably gonna be the fan favorite of the patch.
They've come for us! Kill them first!
Maybe Maybe I should
Hey,
check
Hypo,
out
thank you
that
for giving us
castle.
up to Rolo. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rolo, enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all that, courtesy of Hypo. Ren got a really bad roll of Abomination on his hardcore run. Yeah, there's some bosses where you get a bad roll on them, and it's just... It's really a nightmare. Are they making the fight less red? Hopefully, eventually. Oh, we got Red Prince. We can melee the Red Prince. Cool.
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
Earthly Ribbon is nice. My proper nouns crossed again.
That's it. For now. This ain't good.
Can't quite hit you. This is where I shoot. Ending just out of my swinging arc. That's why this mod is indispensable for melee. It is specifically got a fuck you flying enemies feature.
I'm glad that's over.
I like Smolder. It's nothing fantastic, but it's fun. And I feel like it's got some untapped potential. I feel like I could push it way farther than I'm pushing it right now. And it's performing pretty okay. It's just very awkward.
I'll cut you the ribs.
My connection's bad today too. Tech is not on my side. Thank you for waiting. I think of that laser katana you can get from Narud. I think it's really good. I think it's really good. It can be awkward to make use of in some situations because of the high stam cost of doing its signature move. But I think it is good. I have been using Stone Mist the entire time. I wanted to use Frenzies. I guess it's good to hear that it's good. I was gonna be using the fuck out of it regardless because it's so cool. Ow. You have empathy and elemental resist, the classic. Imagine me going a full hour without running into something with Ellie resist. I can't. Look at my dots ticking for 2. 2 whole damage. This is what true power looks like. Be a quack stream without Ellie resist. It's so true. Genuinely, can they just remove elemental resist? Like, I would rather have Hardy have 2 slots. Because Hardy treats everyone equally. What's behind those, but okay. You have empathy, I shouldn't do that. Like, I could cleanse this curse off of me, but I don't even want to. Like, I don't care about this. To change my entire setup because Ellie resists. There's no loadouts. It's not like it's a quick swap. Fucking kill me already. Like, he's too much of a fucking scrub to even kill me when I'm just not able to really hurt him and not trying. Red Prince's meme. This is purely just modifiers being fucked. Not being cute. I'll do my best, Stripes. You got me finally? There you go. Good job, buddy. ADA, we put size effects a big slash on Spectral Blade. Thank you for testing. Because game decided no fun allowed. Switching to entirely different setup. Hate that so much. Where's the fucking one? Field for Sam spent. Do I not have that? What does it even look like? This one. I'm gonna have to change back when I'm done with this. Resist releaser modifier and either remnant? Yes. There's no counterplay other than change build or accept that your effective time to kill is in the toilet. Like reducing my dots to 2 damage. If I could figure out how to test this. go to target dummy, do the special attack without amplitude, and see the edge of the range, then spec amplitude, see if you're able to hit that target from farther. Simple test. Should be pretty straightforward, luckily. Did that just now? Any findings? See the difference here? You see why this is so annoying? Because he isn't hard, but I just can't use what I want to use. Breaker so much fun. When you want to use Stonebreaker, absolutely agree. When you were trying to use something else, I don't agree. Double dipping on the Ellie resistance, Smolder just fire damage with primary hit too. Yep. That's why Hardy would be fine, because I'm not double dipping an elemental resist. And it's not reducing one kind of damage I can do, you know, rather than one kind, all but one kind of damage. It's just boss is alive longer, which is meaningfully different. Agree with the fire though, it's great, isn't it? My connection is struggling today. Going to SR didn't help, so
That's right. You
try no upscaler. See how bad the frame rate is. Addled to death. Yeah, Stonebreaker's crazy good. Its problem is it's not World's Edge, so there's a lot of enemies it just doesn't hit. It would be the best melee weapon in the game if they didn't design the game around World's Edge. Frame rate is fine, it's just 4 pixels while the fire dome was up. I bet. Optimum is a great internet service provider, and you get exactly what you pay for, 100% of the time. I've never had a problem. I guess instead of having fun, switch to completely conventional means. I threaten you with no internet to say that. I'm hoping the blatant lies implying that they're actually quality will make them, I don't know, do what they're paid for. But that's just copium. Yes, but only on Tuesday evenings. Yes, yes, only Tuesday evenings around 7 p.m. Eastern time. You get stable internet. For anyone who does not know, that is when Steam maintenance happens, so most games don't fucking work anyway. How you doing, Dudley? Good to see you. Welcome to the Scuffed stream. Missed Hardcore Run? You did. We finished it yesterday. It was buttery smooth. No close calls, even. Like, the closest call in that entire hardcore run was that aberration on Losam that had Shocking. That was the closest call the entire time.
Come and get some.
Messing around with doing some melee stuff right now. My frame rate's terrible. My connection's terrible. Just another day that ends in Y. Did my game crash from menuing? I think it did. Yay, Remnant! Yeah, that's a crash. Oh, this game sometimes. This game sometimes, man. I love this game. But the curse of 2023 releases. Nothing is allowed to run well. No game that comes out in the calendar year of 2023 is allowed to have good performance. Patch screw that up. I'm hitting 40 FPS when I hadn't before. So, like, my performance before patch 1 was bad. It wasn't this bad, but it was bad. And then patch 1 seemingly improved it, but then patch 2 made it terrible. So, I don't know. Patch 2, it's just been worse than ever. And post patch 3, I've been crashing a lot. I don't know. I don't have particularly good hardware, but considering people with much better hardware than I are having the same problems, I don't think it's me. Same thing happened with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. The best running game I've purchased this year has been RE4 Remake. That one just actually ran well because RE Engine just runs well. $5,800 X3D and 3090. This game still makes it chug. RE Engine, it's so good, Dudley. I love it. Capcom with the RE Engine, making banger remakes, making Devil May Cry on RE Engine. Save me, Capcom. Save me from modern AAA gaming. Just not the Exoprimal way. Don't do that. The other stuff. Street Fighter 6? I wanna. Disclaimer, I know this isn't technically a AAA game, but let me complain. Blame AI lets people get lazy and lean on upscaling. I think that's a valid point. Baldur's Gate 3 runs well, then you reach Baldur's Gate. Yeah, every time I change zones in the city, Priz, I kind of have to wait, like, first I have a 30-second plus loading screen, but then I have to wait for, like, the buildings to load in. I don't mind because the game is so good, but yeah. There's multiple mods that allow your game to run on lower end PCs. What does this load right now? Every load screen has been like this for me since patch 2. So like it stops, the thing's not spinning, it just gets stuck. And then I have to wait, and then it continues. While this is happening, my connection is spiking too, so it's just the perfect storm. For a while, I thought the two things were connected, and that it was just, my PC shitting out. But no, it's not. It's just fantastic timing. Hey, Axel, how you doing? Come on, Remnant. You can do it. It might have actually crashed. Doesn't usually take it this long. Part of it is your PC, though, let's be fair. Small part. Small part.
The games.
There we go.
Vegetize you. Like a tranquilizer. I saw it.
See if I can replicate that. Okay, no. Upscaler's on. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. That's nice of you, Nunu, but I wouldn't put that burden on anyone. Just PC upgrades are... Send him sushi. That I'll accept. PC specs right now, old. Built this in 2017, so i7 7700K, a 1070. You know, old. Wish more Yeisha mods were good. Crystal of the weapons looks great. More Yeisha mods were good. What do you mean, Ultra Super Hyper? 17, yeah. Yeah, it's been a minute. This is Stonebreaker. You get this from the alt kill of Corruptor. Killing Corruptor without emptying the Guardian's health bar. The lighting looks different. Stonebreaker. Which came out in 2017. Yes, I have the Switch of PCs. Ask me anything. Including while I'm like this. It's all on the table. Try this. Hey, Nudu, thank you for the 25. Eat sushi? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Had 4 of my close friends call me and remind me to eat. Those are real friends right there. There's then more weapon mods for me at the moment. All I'm seeing underwhelming. There's some really good ones. Like the one I'm using on my bow right now is one of the best mods in the game, in my opinion, because it's exceptionally good utility. Skullcracker Vicious, huh? on your bow. Song of Ether. It's an AoE slow and damage debuff. Makes enemies do less damage. That also knocks flying enemies out of the sky and does damage to them. It specifically has a fuck you flying enemies feature, which makes me love it. Vicious changes my approach here a lot. I was gonna brawl. I can't. The only real opening is there. Nice hitboxes. Yeah, with Vicious you can't even melee during that if you don't have Stonebreaker or World's Edge. A lot of bugs for that mod on Discord. Bugs such as... Alright, that's unclear. No, I get what you mean now. Yeah, the VFX, how they changed. Yeah, I understand now. Like, I don't want to just World's Edge every fucking situation. This game be telling me to do that.
Let me have my way treat. You will forget everything after. I
Let's move assign to this and see if that's percentage strength actually. Destroyer. You shoot it on Valley Resist. There's that. I don't know, you can just do a 180 during that attack. That's so cool that physics don't apply to you. It's just gonna be like 15 minutes of that. Just me dodging and occasionally doing one, maybe two swings of World's Edge. Riveting. That's great. Ran out of stamina. I'm having a great time. Very much enjoying.
let me have my way treat. You will forget everything after. I promise. Your dreams
Light rolling? Yes. Bright Seal Ring. Why does that do so much? Like... Ugh. As much as I want to capitalize on her weak spot, with Vicious, I just can't take hits from her at all, because the ads are super scary too. That did half through my shield. Cool. So my Nightweaver APOC fight. Don't try to go for a no-hit. When she has Vicious, you may as well treat it as no-hit. Not that crazy. Oh, the visual effect of stone skin being applied. Yeah, it's very cool. Permanent slow, and Mantigora take no damage. The birds take no damage. I have seen the slow duration last longer than it's supposed to, so that tracks. I went for a third swing there. Almost died. So much damage. Hey, CP. How you doing? Playthrough going. I haven't started playthrough yet. This is still adventure mode, just kind of testing ideas and stuff. I was enjoying the Smolder melee setup. Then we got Elemental Resist Red Prince. Red Prince is an easy boss, but I was doing no damage because Elemental Resist turns off fun. But then I just switched to Stonebreaker and absolutely bullied him immediately, which everyone knows Stonebreaker can do, so that's not interesting. And actually landing Smolder on Nightweaver without dying instantly to Vicious is difficult, so I can't do it here either. thing. I want to play stuff that the game keeps telling me no. I like when the game tells me no on a mechanics level, but not on a this build that we support some parts of the game is completely invalid here. Fuck you. Like, everybody knows you can just World's Edge Nightweaver. It's not interesting. Wouldn't mind invalidating build so much if there were loadout slots, so I could quickly switch to a build that actually works in back. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Honestly, not a big fan of LE Resist. I'd rather have it be flat damage reduction. I'd rather have it just be health. Because extra health treats every build equally. Damage reduction and resistances and thick skin treat different builds differently. For example, if you're running Enigma with no crit investment, thick skin doesn't hurt you at all because that gun can't even crit unless you have positive crit. So, like, it's fine. If you're running dot builds, LE Resist makes you do no damage. Because of how LE Resist works, if you're using, say, Smolder or Gas Giant or Krulax, you're double dipping the resistance. Even if they just give flat damage or resistance to everything equally across the board, that doesn't treat everything equally because damage, double dipping the resistance for any double dipping effects, which would mean shooting an enemy in the face with a weak spot would be affected less than applying dots. Hardy is fine because it's just HP. So they did a vote on Twitter. Most people seem to vote for loadout. I would like loadouts. Max trade points 65. You run away so I can equip a fun weapon. I'm supposed to stay away for longer. How did that not hit? What is this? What are these hitboxes? What do you mean? What do you mean? When I got my PC parts, let's go, Etrigan. I think I can even capitalize on that. Those ads. Invader W. Like we were the easiest Stagger World boss. Yeah, I'd say so. It wasn't hard, it was just annoying. Like, phase 1, I was not gonna ever clear that with Smolder.
It's over.
Death of 1,000 cuts type shit. You can use what you like in phase 2 as long as it's not called Stonebreaker. Here's my next idea. Yeah, here's my next idea. Here's the fucking thing. What's this thing even look like? Did I favorite it? Oh, my brain's just not functioning. There it is. Giving Misty another try. Put a mod on Starshot? No, but it's okay. You don't want to because Big Bang is one of the best mods in the game. Big Bang is my favorite mod in the game. Yeah, I want to keep sciencing with this a little bit. I want to run more damage, but we'll see how this feels. Having the shields from rerouting cable feels pretty good, although since I'm not going to be spending stam with a dodge anymore, I wonder if changing that out, like, now would be the time. Ahanai Crystal sounds like it would be good if it works the way Singed Ring does, but per status. But Singed Ring is interesting because it's alt. It gets double dipped. Talisman of the Sun works out very favorably formula-wise for Smolder's Dot. I want to min-max into that to the best of my ability. Guess we could run Salvage Heart if we're doing Misty. Maybe shield a mount. Melee attack speed. Effectiveness. Although, not shield a mount because I changed out the ring. We just go health. That also helps Omens to be a little bit less of my overall. Traits in this instance. Already Invader, so I have Untouchable. Fitness is tempting. What would I give up? Swiftness. Some Swiftness, all of Bark Skin. Okay, we ball. Wag chat. Wag.
Back here, Shocker! Shocker!
You can escape me. The only thing Cat's inventory is updating with is scrap. Welcome to my life. I have a lot of poop. I could process the poop into these for some good stam, but nah. Nah.
Here's something. I believe there's a cabin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There's no Kevin near me at the moment. Cats are off doing cat things elsewhere.
Be safe.
Well, hey.
Don't need more hardened iron. Always need more galvanized iron. Probably need more forge. Regular.
You know where to find me.
Hey there. Rest assured.
So, take 20 of those.
Now, if you need supplies, old Reggie's your guy.
Mixing in throwables for bossing is something I want to work on. It's just, ugh. It's a process.
Take care, young'un. Don't be a stranger.
So missing Akari Warband, the Leaf Hammy from Cass. That's where I check anytime at the Red Crystal. She just gets stuck for people. Like, she's stuck for me. She doesn't update her gear. Like, I joined CZ's game for a minute and was able to just buy, like, half a dozen items. It's crazy. The best way to get stuff from Cass is to check other people's games, because sometimes you just get stuck. Trying to find joinable Ward 13, 17 any lately.
Pretty.
For an hour with nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Matchmaking.
trust this place.
Do not envy that.
Right, let's do this.
Game, you can do it. Kind of. Stamina recovery rate's at 78 a second. Nice. Be better if it was at 69, but I forgive you. Not down the stairs. Stop it. I don't even care that this slow is lasting way longer than it's supposed to. Like, look at this. Look at me struggling to... Like, what is the hitbox for this? What is the angle? What is the pixel I need to be standing on? Fuck you, man. This game is upsetting me so much today.
This looks important.
Great. More bad news.
I'd say I love how Quagget is the main source of healing is shooting a gun at the ground. Love how Quagget is. I like being an adjective. Gained a reputation for using guns for anything but shooting in games. Makes me want to pick up NG Melee again.
All right.
Find a way to turn Melee into a room-wide AoE and we'll be set. World's Edge just kind of does that, frontally at least. I was thinking about trying out Gas Giant with Amplitude. But the fact that Gas Giant can self-corrode, I don't know if that's intended or not. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. Because maybe there's some useful applications of that, but also it's a melee attack that does self-damage, and I don't think that's structurally sound. Nova Mutator 1. Other stuff I want to try. Put Deceit back on. If I go Deceit... do Time Wave Deceit, maybe? Harmonizer still makes the most sense. Set a healing shot here, we run Song. I get a lot of melee damage out of Paymakers right now. See how that works out. Healing is going to be a little monko, but... Got Diverting Heart and Cast Shop. I have that. Thank you, though. Increase charge time mutator. I do. Supercharge? Yeah. I have no reason to... Like, a lot of people go, oh, you're using a bow, you have to use that. But there's reasons to use other things, too. Like, it's just effectively a fire rate and crit chance increase. Which are good stats, but they're not no-brainer stats. You don't always take fire rate on guns, right?
Look at this.
And I'm not shooting the bow, so... I'm not gonna shoot Deceit very often, either. Deceit isn't here for me to shoot it. Let's see. Big brain. Big brain. Did you miss with me standing still? Really? Found my people. The idea here is I'm just using the mod for the ranged attack I get on swinging my weapon. I want to have enough mod gen to facilitate that. No, I hit you. Hi. Accidental mantle. That's fine though. That's not bad.
Well, at least that's over.
What if instead of Destroyer... Actually, what am I running here? Melee damage from Greyhound's present reduces stagger. Stagger reduction's so nice, but... Does Malevolence proc off of Blood Jewel? It should. Because this says elemental damage, and it's not... doesn't really mean elemental damage. Status effect, weirdly. Guess what I could do? I could run Firestone here. Increasing fire damage will increase base and the dot, right? 22 for 5 seconds. 7. I don't know if that's enough of an increase. I could just run Destroyer. Yeah, 945. Bigger number. Try and take a couple day break from games, feeling a little bit of burnout. Honestly, game really good though. Hey, breaks are healthy. Help you maintain your interest. Always a big proponent of that. I do follower for mod gen. See how follower malevolence is on mod gen side of things. If I can get good deceit uptime, that'll solve my ranged issues a bit. I forgot to go back for the ribbon in that last adventure, I just realized. Yeah. I do be forgetting to do that on every single run. How goes it? It's going, JS. I got very annoyed earlier with modifiers telling me I couldn't play the video game. But for the moment, we're free of that problem. For the moment. Not sure which was faster, but it was this way. Another thing I haven't tried, I want to do a min-max stomp setup. Maybe Invader Challenger. I know Invader doesn't help to stomp, but you have Wormhole for gap close. That's just satisfying. I actually don't know how Grey Health works in this Ravenous section. Probably not favorably, considering it's Grey Health. We'll find out, though. It's through the helmet holes. Helmet hole is my favorite of all the holes. Right, you can do that. How the Mandalorian needs to. I thought thought he feeds off of the nostalgia whenever a Clone Wars character appears. And I'm dead. My food. No iframes during that, huh? Okay. That's cool. Yeah, but it's still through the helmet. Ah, I see. Like, the perma slow helps. Having a combination of follower plus malevolence. I miss you if you're seeing this stuff. Means I have good mod uptime. But I give up a lot of damage to do that. We're back at the point where Bright Steel plus a different amulet is better. Which, grr. Arg. I will mauled and seethe about it. We're back to this. I like Smolder. I want to use Smolder. So we're using Smolder.
This is it.
I think for the playthrough, I'll do a fresh character. Makes the most sense to me. Fresh character, Nightmare. So I figure out the ins and outs a bit better. Probably do a geared APOC. No ring APOC playthrough possible? Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the side effects of them rebalancing rings around 4 slots is rings are less powerful. So while 4 is a larger number than 2, you're still getting a larger percentage of your power elsewhere, such as from archetype. You lose some notable things like Black Cat Band, but death archetypes. don't put a ring on it, then might question your long-term commitment. Well done. The more I fight flying enemies as melee, the more I'm convinced that it's fair and balanced that some slows last forever. It's a sentence. Yeah, I want to do this dungeon. Actually, do I even want to do this dungeon? I want to start the new character. I'm feeling it. Vibing with it. Oh, checkpoint. Let's start it up. I lost track of time just playing once again. You know, 4 hours of warm-up is fine, right? Any day now, Remnant. You can do it. I believe in you. It's loading. You can see the thing moving. It's loading. It will eventually load. There it goes. Great character.
I don't like the looks of this.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I could use that.
The voice I haven't heard before.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Mullet option. Guess that's the closest to a mullet. Fucked up can I make your face? Not very. Well, whatever, I don't care what you look like. Start on Nightmare. Here's what I'm thinking. Starter class Invader would give me the largest power I can have for melee at no archetype level. As the free dodge, and then I'd start working my way up to Wormhole pretty quickly. As soon as I get Shark, then that's just good damage per. But like, if I start Explorer, then I just have all that movement speed and the stamp. Crash. Please don't crash. Certainly trying to crash. 20% move speed, minus 80 stand costs, 30-second duration on a 1-minute cooldown. Pretty solid start. I would start with Hero Sword that way, which, you know, not a huge deal. But we get a free scattergun though. That's nice for mod gen. Game is signaling you wants you to play Challenger. Basically, we're just deciding what starting gear I get more than anything. Because I'll be able to get a second archetype fairly quickly just by buying it from Wallace and then getting enough Luminite from doing like 2 maps. Just got back making a new guy. Yeah, we're starting a new playthrough. Nightmare, melee only. Or asterisk next to only. We will do non-melee things where it is necessary to maintain our sanity. Engineer starts with what? Alchemist gets... Is that a typewriter? Typewriter double barrel. What's the melee? Can't quite see it. What melee does Alchemist start with? Explore with the range option on the sword. I've beaten Apoc already, Blade. So I'm gonna buy World's Edge as soon as I have access to Brabus. An axe? Thank you. Any starting melee you can't buy? None I care about. None I care about. Engineer starts with Pulse Rifle. The hammer that gives you attack speed. Forget the name. Atom Smasher? Atom Smasher. Rupture Cannon. So, just good starting kit on Engineer. Archon starts with Enigma and Bone Saw. Lab Staff. I assume Summoner gets Ghoul Blade. That's at the Blood Moon Altar. We're basically just deciding what stat 6 I'm gonna have in my gun slots. I think this for the early scattergun's not a bad idea. Summoner gets Rebel Spear. Because you get that on Yesha, it makes sense. It'd be that or like one of the Ravager weapons or Stonebreaker. And yeah, no. That makes the most sense. I guess it could have been Royal Greatsword as well, but Spear is spicier. During my 5-year load screen, I can update my title. Immediately buy World's Edge. I could get by with Hero Sword for a bit, but no. I don't think I will.
What you look? Watch your back. You know who to trust out there.
Do I want to be in light roll? No, I don't particularly want to. I'm just being in normal.
Maybe you just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help with my gun.
If they added a class in DLC, what concept would you like to see? I'd like to see one focused around status effects. Now, they would have to probably do what I want them to do anyway, and yeet elemental resist from the fucking game.
Boy, I've got
Hey, this guy's awake. This is the first time he's been awake at the start of a playthrough for me.
But, you know what?
Blood would make more sense. Some are associated with Blood Moon anyways. Yeah, you're right.
No, I shouldn't have mentioned it. No, it's personal. Plus, you wouldn't believe me. All right, happened. Mom.
Actually, a very interesting story. I'm just gonna skip it because I have no attention span, but... Spooky lore.
Oh, well, maybe.
It gives you a ring for unarmed damage. So, if you're lucky enough to get that at your start, and, like, let's say you don't have access to World's Edge, you could then buy Knuckles, and then you're already ahead of the curve damage-wise than all the other melee weapons. Oh, the ring gives only a DPS for not holding a weapon. It gives unarmed damage, which is either no melee weapon equipped, or the Brass Knuckles. Brass Knuckles get both melee and unarmed damage bonuses.
So, well, heard, can't you? Well, okay, yeah, might find.
Could grab Black Cat. I'm kind of feeling grabbing Bright Steel first, to be honest. Sell all our ammo boxes. Scavengering could be good considering I'm Explorer. Yeah, it's a very interesting story. Skip a class that emphasizes on throwables. They'd have to fix the resource economy for that, but sure, I'm down. Get Black Cat, just
All
'cause
right, then.
gotta get it eventually.
Take care, traveler.
God damn it! They.
Yes, hi Cass. I still hate you, but
Well, maybe.
hi.
I was just.
Let me look at your inventory.
So, hey,
If you have a Kari Warband, I'm gonna scream. Ring of Flawed Beauty. That's one of the ones that I was locked out of for a while, so similar I hate you Cass vibes.
your debt's
Good to
still
see it's
at
mutual.
2 now. Remember that. I swear to God, Dingo. Up then. Oh.
Grab Healing Shot. Okay. Love to see a class designed for specifically melee, where all the skills are geared to it. Adds something to your melee hits, for example, gives elements normal attacks with melee. Yeah, that could be cool. Like, we have classes that support melee, even are more biased towards melee already. I like that they have range capabilities, because, you know, there's some encounters where you just aren't going to benefit from the melee stuff without World's Edge. Always the World's Edge shaped asterisk. It's Ravager, Aisha? No, it's Corruptor. This does mean Thayan Fruit, though. Do I care about that? This isn't hardcore. Start with this. We'll grab Jester's Bell first. Should have a Kari Warband on my cast you'd like to check? Nah, I appreciate the offer though, Hypo. Cass has schooled me, what do you say to her, man? I don't know. Cool to have a skill to have melee attacks do range, even if it's not World's Edge or something. Yeah, something to make World's Edge not the band-aid solution to the game being unfriendly to melee. That would be cool. Deceit sort of attempts that, but then you need to build for mod stuff, which means you're not supporting the melee, so both suck. No, World's Edge can open the labyrinth doors without having to go around, shoot the door from the other side. Let's save a few minutes. Ooh, I'll have to try that. Good shout. Yeah, Godsplitter seems like it would be fun to use. They definitely designed Godsplitter and Deceit to be used together, but you just don't really have a reason to do so. Huntress Spear. So, while Huntress Spear and Krellax do exist, they are so infinitely awkward compared to World's Edge that they are also comparatively invalidated. They are what you use if you don't have access to World's Edge, while being fully aware that World's Edge is simply better. Hero Sword is kind of in that boat too. Charge up time is so meant to me, honestly. Yeah, if it was a little more responsive. Like, you balance it out with the high stam cost, it's fine. It's just not very responsive. Just plays like a shotgun bow build. Against melee-friendly things, I will play it as melee as possible. How about that? Spear has a mid-stamina requirement to throw it with heavy. You know, heavy can't throw the spear. So with World's Edge, even if you have one stamina, it'll still launch. There's no min requirement. Right. And that property on World's Edge combined with any amount of stamina refund or with just decent stamina regen delay means you could just spam World's Edge infinitely. Like, you can wedge yourself against an object and then just World's Edge through a wall. It's just very efficient.
Okay, this is it. Glad that's over.
Like running the infinite stammering with World's Edge personally. It definitely works. You can offset the downside very easily. The variety in R2 is also way less than From the Ashes, more than half the melee weapons in R2 is simply the basic version of boss melee weapons. Yeah, there's some cool variety between the types, but a lot of them are just very basic. It definitely feels like melee took a back seat in this game. Something had to, I guess, but it's in both the weapon design and boss design categories, which makes it hit harder,
okay,
if that makes sense. It stings a little more. Boy, ammo reserves. Perfect for this run. Really glad we got that. Twist the Riven. One weapons are great. Except for the Magnum. That thing sucked ass. Sorry, Snow Swamp. The gun from Harzgard also sucks, too. Forget the name. Stop hitting me. Just a little guy.
Shit!
We really need a ring to reduce your stagger level with charging up a heavy. That would be cool. There's a mutator that makes it so your heavy attacks can't be interrupted and you get some damage reduction during. And then there's another one that makes it so your stagger levels increase during all melee attacks. But those are both in the mutator slot, and yeah, that slot's already competitive. I feel like that stagger level would be great right there. Honestly love running crit melee with World's Edge. Swing hit for almost 3,000. World's Edge is the most boring of the melee weapons to me. Well, not the most boring, but it's one of the most boring. So yeah, like, its power is not in question. It's unquestionably the most broadly useful and strong melee weapon in the game. For targets that it can hit, Stonebreaker does more damage, but it's often irrelevant because hitboxes and flying enemies, etc. You can get good performance out of a bunch of other melee weapons, it's just there's various situations that shut them down completely, and it's annoying. But, yeah. Having access to so much crit, and it also having high innate stagger, and piercing walls and enemies, and can reliably weak spots, and is very sustainable, and has good base damage, like, World's Edge has a bit of everything. It just has everything. It's the enigma of its weapon slot. Yeah, 80% stagger on World's Edge is nuts when you look at some of the other melee weapons, and some of them have 3%. 80 versus 3. Hmm. Anything from this map I want? I could get the axe. I don't want that. We got what we came for. Fair though, I'm glad it's an insane weapon, seeing what you have to do to get it. On one, like, from one angle, yeah, I agree. But there's a bunch of problems that line of thought brings up. Like, at that point, it becomes, okay, what about all of the other rewards? Hero Sword is rather underwhelming, and that's behind Nightmare. Savior is behind Hardcore Vet, and that is very mediocre currently. And then there's also the fact that, like, you're making the playstyle of melee intentionally inaccessible unless you clear the hardest difficulty of the game to then have it for a playthrough. Like, the best you could do is still just beat the game anyway, so that you can start a new character as Explorer to get Hero Sword, which is heavily discount World's Edge, missing 2/3 of the upsides. Like, I don't love the design choices involved with that. It doesn't bother me that much, because I like playstyles other than Melee, but
Hey, if you got...
it's questionable. Grand Scavengering could be really useful right now. Shooting, though. But ammo's still going to be about.
Keep your wits about you.
I just fire off shots occasionally. Most players struggle with guns though, so doing melee only is really only for people who want to do that challenge. It's not even a case of melee only Blade, it's being able to use your melee weapon in any appreciable sense at all. Like, even a hybrid sort of build is not really gonna work out well without access to World's Edge. Question, what's a good way to farm XP? Some people have suggested farming the 3 elites in the Red Throne in adventure mode. It's an option because you've also got 3 to 4 chests and the scattergun in the area, depending on what you have on your character already. So you can do 3 elites, 4 chests, scattergun, without having to do much. And then you get the XP on top of all that loot. Spear carried me when I ran low on ammo in the base game. Yeah, the spear is not nearly as good as the World's Edge, of course. But it's an option. It functions. Not saying it doesn't. It's also behind a boss in a side dungeon that isn't guaranteed. As opposed to, like, the 10 melee weapons that are guaranteed that have all the problems I outlined. It's an issue of access. Run dungeon, the boss crystal, and reset is what I did. Gilded Chambers. Gilded Chambers is a good route. Most players don't even finish the base game at normal difficulty. That's true. Someday I'll figure out a more efficient way to get the last 1/4 inch of soap out of one of those hand pump bottles. No, you won't. Maybe charge melee attacks cost stamina. Maybe charge bow shot should too. Increase the damage as well, make bow builds high risk, high reward playstyle. Also separate Savior and bow build playstyle. I think Savior needs to go up and Crescent Moon needs to go down. If we're comparing Savior and bows, that's like the obvious answer, because Crescent Moon is stupid.
Clementine!
The output's just kind of crazy.
Lord?
And Savior is aggressively mid.
Where are you guys? This is all insane.
Solution before me, it came in a dream. So you came in a dream.
Good movie if I'm gonna find Clementine.
The right. First. The last one. What you pray. Take
What's
what
this guy even sell again? Let's embrace one big
I
one.
hope that proves
Favorite weapon's actually the Savior, and I don't know about that. Moon hits hard, Savior hits slightly less. It's so much faster than the bow until you have to reload. Also has terrible mod uptime. Like, there's no universe where Savior is more efficient than you could even just take Royal Bow and put Hotshot on it. Kick out more DPS, have better mod uptime. You don't have the multi-target, but the multi-target's only present if you weak spot during the very limited mod uptime anyway. Opinion on Atom Splitter? It's good, it's just the animation lockout on the neutral melee is really long, so you just get very locked in. It's also got this weird snap to it where you sort of latch onto the enemy you're targeting. It can be very hard to get that attack off safely. Also, it being a vertical shockwave to World's Edge's horizontal is like, but why? You know that horizontal is better, why did you do this? Stam. Listen, sir, I don't have any stamina. Thank you. I'm waiting for you to do that attack. Fucking over. Like Atom Splitter more if the wave hit didn't require backstep. Yeah. Like, if they just made it on charged attacks, it'd be fine. Because like 20 red coins left over, dumping into the web for relic dust. That's pretty good, yeah. Already. That was just a skill issue. Thank you. So far, it's so hard to find openings on that guy with no stam unless he does that attack. But yeah, back to the discussion of awkward animations. There's a few more things like that, like the stabs, like Lab Staff, Dreamcatcher, you know, Red Doe, all those. They have the worst sprint attack. It's got the weirdest hitbox. It's got no range, and it's got a terrible animation lockout. doe is barkskin, right?
What kind of beast is this? You and do choose you one of how do you
And
abandon your
Ravager
fellow
is
hostages,
the gray health
or
one.
do you face death together? Well, do you save your son or your granddaughter?
I shouldn't have skipped through that. We pull up a list of the questions. Granddaughter.
I see. It has been prophesied. Because of this now that your son is... He courageously plans to... Do you allow your son to sacrifice himself? Or stop him in order to save his life?
Yeah, I know what I'd answer, but I remember this one tripped me up on one of these. Sorry, my attention span is shorting out, and I'm just reading all these questions. There's a lot of these. I haven't seen some of these. They put a lot of attention to detail. Yeah, there's 25 different questions.
Oh, what? Your all who have tried to do you aid the victims? Or attempt... I see. This would be... Do you keep the money? Or ice? You have... Your heart... This has been just a
Okay, moving on. I wonder if R2 is able to support a mech archetype, like Moze from BL3, a root mech, stone mech, the Guardian Corruptor fight, similar to how Archons have to replace everything. That would be cool. I'd be down for that. Side dungeon there. Go the altar over here. I like the idea of a class that has dot spreading in some way. Like you apply a status, you've got a chance for that status to spread at a lower value, something like that. Just dot distribution would be great for mod gen and getting uptime on various effects, and I think that'd just be cool. Oh, it gets regular buffs. Yeah, the contractual every 3 months Iron Bear buffs. Like D3 Witch Doctor. Yeah, Witch Doctor has that. Also in Borderlands 3 to match the previous example, Amara had a dot spreading skill.
Anything like this before.
Infantry running well as always. What neck oil should do. I'd be down for that. Instead of an AoE burst, the explosion's quite weak. I mean, you can still make it viable, but spreading would be so sick. Doesn't seem to be a random chance. Some enemies works 100% of the time, others is 0. Is it an internal cooldown, or is it something deeper than that, Hypo?
Okay.
Why was the loot delayed from that chest? That was weird. Sometimes procs rapid fire. Those overload, bleed, burn, corrosion. Yeah, I don't know. Unreliable is not a good look for that, though. For that much. I've been able to figure out which determines whether or not it works. I do not have the stamina. Like, how would you deal with that without World's End? What do you do?
Whew.
Try to teledrift on the ground, I guess. And dip, duck, and dodge.
This ain't good.
Heal on this thing is very slow. It even works. 10 over 30 seconds. It's more than nothing. Ready for pain. Are you ready for pain? I am ready for absolute suffering. In fact. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Really glad it's this boss. Wait for my stamina to come back. Please split right there. I don't think so.
Oh, this ain't good.
Need to keep enough stamina to dodge twice. Means I'm pretty much forced to neutral dodge. I hope I get favorable sword placement. Don't fuck up like that. You have Drain too. Gonna take about 100 waves. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Already almost out of heals. All your shit. Out of heals. Oh. Oh. Okay. What do I do when this happens? What do I do when this happens? That's something I've never understood. Why can she just destroy the ramps? Anybody know? Back home? Welcome back, Sora. What is with phase 2 if you go to the other high ground to break one of the low grounds instead of trapping you, kind of into free phase? Okay. Small. Agreed. You need to use Rotted Arrow and FPS limiting to get up and there's no ramp. Ah, I see. I see. How could I forget? Almost didn't have enough stamp for that. that way, not that way. What do you mean? Oh, not like this, not like this! I wanna die! It's so much time per attempt. This is so scuffed. And like, this is with forgiving modifiers. This could have been so much worse. Imagine only having 3 relic uses after having 10 for so long. It's tough to get used to. I had 4 on my hardcore run. So I only had the resources to be able to afford to upgrade at one. Big Dorito, hey rat. This stand management is so cursed. There's so much time where I just need to stand still doing nothing. This is the fight of all time. Says a lot about this game that I could be doing this with my time and still think it's Game of the Year.
This ain't looking good.
Honest. Yeah. Played an unhealthy amount of this game already. Most one I had recently checks a lot of boxes for sure. What do you mean? You have amplitude? What do you mean? Heal? What do you mean? Let me pick it up. Hey, please. That was certainly one of the boss fights of all time. It was just a pain in the ass. That heal ball was trolling me so bad. It's just like, nah, work for it. Yo, Hypo, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Holy shit. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That goes a long way. Thank you so much. That's incredibly generous. If you got gifted a sub by Hypo and you're around and don't mind breaking a lurk, please say thank you. Deserve it. I appreciate that immensely.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
quick.
Lots of was getting taken care of for sure. Now that we're through that, rest of Yesha shouldn't honestly be too bad. We do have Corruptor, but like, dealing with Mother Mind's probably more annoying than dealing with Corruptor. As weird as that is. Because I at least have some room to move around with Corruptor. I'm gonna want to do the alt kill so I get Stonebreaker. So it's gonna be constant keep away with the Guardian. Not really thrilled about that, but I'm definitely doing the alt kill for Stonebreaker. Frames. Ow. Have fun with that. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad, except for the part where I'll have no stamina to do anything. But except for the awful part, it won't be awful. These healing orbs are trolling the shit out of me constantly. Does having Question Lady mean you always have Kayla's shadow somewhere in your worlds? I wouldn't think it does, but I'm hopeful. I mean, I could check. I do have the app. Just check my world state. I forget to sit after that boss. No, I just haven't found. Six minutes of XP left, but I've gotten a good chunk into level 2. That's good progress for the first of the free month, dude. I could probably set up a Yesha adventure, reset Red Throne, APOC. Does it have to be APOC? APOC for the relic fragments, but we'll see. Not having a heal right now is kind of scary.
Not good.
Ow. What's the fuck? Wait, actually. Thank you for teleporting to me, holy shit. Very kind. Yeah, Widow's Court, so, oh. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was one more. Whoops. So with Nameless Nest as your through dungeon, I don't think Kayla's Rest is possible anymore. Sometimes Yesha and Losum have weird world gen. Yeah, like, you can get, speaking of Losum, you can get, Gilded Chambers as a main dungeon, or as a side in the other route. I don't know if you can get it as a side in both routes, but it's weird. Chat kill. Nah, it's fine. Tactical respawn for more XP. Let's see this chest I miss. Yeah, I'm very happy with my decision to start as Explorer, because the extra loot and this stam gen, or this stam cost reduction rather, has been very comfy. These early levels where I don't have any anything to alleviate stam costs. Blossom and Narud have dungeons that change to through dungeons depending on the story. I don't think that happens with Yeisha. Yeisha has through side dungeons, which is weird. Like, Yeisha can have a through side dungeon that leads to a Skyrim door, and another side dungeon. That triple weak spot was very satisfying. I haven't fully figured out the World Gen in Rem 2. It's definitely more complex than Rem 1. At least from what I knew of Rem 1. I should put an asterisk next to that, just in case. Wait, no, did I reroll off of there? I think no, this is Water Harp, so I must have my mind is gone. I think the Mother Mind fight actually just damaged my brain. Because this is definitely not Corruptor, so I can't get Stonebreaker. Well. Just means for the non-World's Edge fights, I'm looking at Flail and Smolder, probably. Although Flail without Bisected Ring. Ornate Blade, maybe? Where even does Ornate Blade come from? I don't remember. Is that from Council Chambers? Is that from that quest? Depending on what Narud we get. It is Council Chamber? Okay. Depending on what Narud we get, let's go get our second class. Actually, do you want to get it yet? No, I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna continue holding off. Yeah, depending on what Narud we get. If I get Shahala, then we might actually just do the normal kill. Grab the override pin, choose not to use it. Because, like, that sword could be good. And that means I could... That means I would be able to... Without having to, do it in adventure mode, I could access the back rooms on this character. Like, without having to go get Void Heart. I want to go up there, there's birds. Wait, the thought of dealing with roly-polies and melee hadn't even occurred to me. Oh no. Trying to think of other notable melee weapons that I could take advantage of. It really just might be Molder World's Edge for a very long time. I might need to check side dungeons here for Indara's End for Relax. 2 elite birds? What did I do? Who did I offend? For the flail works against rollies, you definitely have to like angle your camera way down, right? Wait, that didn't proc Black Cat? Holy shit. I'm very surprised. Trying to make sure I kill them both inbound so I get the Luminite from both of them. I really shouldn't be taking this risk, though. Oh, good. You woke up. Poor birds. Good to see my aim is still my aim. I missed that. Rolling. Hate those birds. Nebula's mod always chase them into oblivion. I really like Toxic Release Valve for them. Finally got rid of that one. I'm in hell. I'm in hell. What is this? Stop it. No. Not like this! Evil Mike Wazowski almost ended me. have the range. Rare World's Edge W. Or L, which is a W. Brain works, I promise.
Here we go.
This is Sarzik asked a ton. Never apologize for that. You have tips for getting mythic fragments? Like what combine the lower archetype before everyone will spine them up? So you have to be on APOC and have your power level at 21, is what I've been told. Which checks out because I did not have a particularly high combined archetype level for that. I think the archetype level is for everything below mythic. Twisted Chantry. So you're telling me I have to World's Edge Legion now, too? This playthrough is already just not worth it. What do I do? Well, let's go back to the ward and grab a second class now, because I'm gonna need the sustain. I'm gonna need medic. There's no way I have enough healing otherwise. For an item power level? Yeah. I've heard you need total of 80 for archetypes for mythic, can't confirm. Yeah, I wouldn't know either. That's why I like this game. Because it tortures me. Precisely. I see. Is there a difference from like between like buying the thing from you or buying it from Wallace? No, same price. And a 78 gives you the highest chances of it. We'll go with that.
You don't know what this is.
Anything, I'm here.
Maybe Wallace will know.
So we're going with medic here. I'm eventually gonna want alchemist as well. Explorer will not be slotted forever. Just currently, explorer skill is one of the very few ways we can manage our stamina better.
I know you.
Yeah, Wallace just doesn't sell though.
I'll see you again, traveler.
Visited Kaz, knocking on the House of Grief for taking my break. Progress. I still haven't done the Cazador stuff. But yeah, House of Grief. I did that yesterday. Good loot. Am I doing my ring slots? I'm not gonna have Vestige of Power on for any significant amount of time, and Tarnish Ring isn't helping what I'm doing. I guess Stalker's Brand is better uptime on damage, even though it's a smaller number and a less desirable category than Jester's Spell.
Hey, I don't supposed to keep your... Don't be a stranger, okay?
Hey there. Only the best.
How's it starting as a companion? Avatar felt very 0 to 100. I haven't used him in a while. What I do is any chests that I find nowadays, I just send to camp, and then next time I go to long rest, I just have him lockpick all of them that I've stockpiled. Other than that, yeah, I don't really use him these days. Doing that with chests that had the stop felt too OP. What if a shield-centric archetype would work given the amount of shield amulets and rings we have? I like it. I like the idea, Lupo. There's not a lot of shield gen in the class side of things right now. Like, there's the medic skill, and I can't think of another one. I have no reason to buy any of that stuff. Fuck me, man. I don't even know, like, how do I do Legion? So, the issue with Legion is that you can't melee it directly. I'm gonna need to World's Edge Shockwave this shit. But also, it builds up the madness status on you if you look at it for too long. So, do I, like, wallbang it with World's Edge? I think I need to wallbang it with World's Edge.
This place gives me the creeps.
Mentioned Crescent Moon, I was playing around with that yesterday, and the ring gives shield and you expend % of your total mag. Let's keep shield up a lot. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pray for no regen is all you can do. Yeah, yeah. Pipe bombs. With what money? We get lucky on bonus events in here. This is one of the ones where you can get Berserker's Crest, right? Game, are you okay? Game. Oh, I've been gamer. Game. I feel like waiting for my stand to kill that thing. Not one of those, man. What do you mean? Like every time I say, what do you mean? You die. I don't want you guys to die. So don't drink. Healing. Listen, Riptide, you can fuck all the way off. Stop it. No, stop it. The gun with a charge mechanic. You're not gonna goad me into using the other attacks on this thing. It's not gonna work. You sure? Uh-huh. Yeah. Move a little. Oh, no, 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 no. Fuck!
This ain't good.
Having no stamina is the worst. I couldn't sprint in the hit. And then I couldn't get out because I tried. Miles better than most guns in medium range, doesn't have a reload either. Not true, because I would rather be tied to ammo than stamina at this point in the game. Guns, I can shoot and then dodge. This, I have to choose attack or dodge or sprint. Because you need gear for stam management. So, early game, either you do only charge attacks or you do no charge attacks. You do no charge attacks and then, you know, have full access to your sprint. Then it's harder to stagger things. You're likely to take more damage. And this sprint attack, you commit pretty hard animation-wise. Not very safe. Like, outside of my Explorer skill, I can attack twice and then I'm fucked. Inside, I'm chilling.
Whoa.
Don't on XP. Not great. How'd you blow up? Okay. Another thing Alchemist provides to this is high uptime on Ghoul Serum, so you don't need to stand management here. Wait, that's double elite. What do you mean? Game? This little guy. Spare me. Can't dodge now. Hey, he missed. Yeah, he missed again. So stressful having to outwalk attacks. Frames are throwing the AI off too. Yeah, clearly. One day this game will run well. In the meantime, have content. Out of stamp. I heard that. I heard a blade. Wait, I think this is the Berserker's Crest tile. Wait, I think this actually is. Oh no, this is the one with traps. Fuck me.
Not good.
I'll do it. I don't know why I'm bothering me here. It's not livable. I don't even know where the pressure plates are. Something I like doing on Archon is you can go Havoc form and just teleport spam through here. How do I get past this one? I don't know where the pressure plate is. It's there. Where's the plate for this one? I got that. remember what the items here are, but we'll look for them. Almost certainly not with the time. So I was wondering, is this just the you wade and you get bonuses? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay. I guess. Sure. Useful in the sewers? Maybe. Maybe. God, I'm supposed to do that. We're gonna try. Ah, this is next full line. That's what's here. Gross. Okay, yeah, it was not really worth the detour, but I guess we got some scrap. Opium. Happy Friday, Ewok. Stamina regen if you're doing an action, that'd be interesting. That'd be really good. So I'm not gonna beat my face against this because I'm already tired. I'm gonna give this like a couple decent attempts, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow. So scuffed. Please not Regenerator. Or vicious. Or spiteful. Give me like Skullcracker Empathy. Vicious Regenerator. Oh, okay. Only the worst case scenario. That's fine. That's fine. I have to get this close to hit it in this phase. This is so fucked. I'm already almost dead. What is this? I do not have the range. Oh, hang on, that did 27 damage. Maybe. Okay, I can do 40 damage at a time, but it has a Regenerator, so that's not enough.
trouble.
He's already healed all of the damage I did. My cat sneezed on me and now my arm's all wet. My mouth was also open. Sneezing. Like, I don't know what to do. If I stand here, I can kind of... You have the axe? No. Nah, man, you got this. I really don't. The axe should be able to do full damage at max range. Yeah, the axe I don't have. We're having a conversation, Elite. Poor ankles. Oh, okay, cool. That resolves that. I didn't even know they had that attack. I don't think I've ever been killed by one of those before. Run over, break out the guns. No, it's doable, we just gotta get the correct tools. Which might be check side dungeons for Endera's and for Krelax. If not there, roll up adventure, blow some Riesha to get Krelax or Huntress Spear. Which is like, I was not wanting to do that. What can you do here? Krelax or Huntress Spear have more range than World's Edge. Those are the only options. I don't know if Hero Sword has more range. I guess we can test because I do have that. I don't think that's more. It's not. So, yeah. Problem to solve tomorrow. You guys want to watch me suffer that tomorrow? That'll be content tomorrow. But I'm gonna call it for today. I'm tired. Live 5.5 hours, which is not super long for me, but yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the subs and support today. It's been unreal. Hypo in particular. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted again. The Chadley's playing Wayfinder. We could go over there. Ascaroni's still doing his first playthrough of Remnant 2. We could head over there too. Let's raid Chadley. I don't get to raid him super often. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. 99. He's another build crafter across multiple games. Remnant, Borderlands, Diablo, Outriders, lots of stuff. Cool dude, knowledgeable, very intelligent, and loves shitposts as much as we do. You'll enjoy the vibes. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.